are privileged to be in a meeting where we're going to be discussing about business startups. So the entire customers, they are all the same. I will represent them, and I will represent them. Many people that you talk to, they are going to look out for my own interest. See when the customer goes to the car, when they start to complete with my ATM and card. Then I need to pay 20,000. I'll be receiving credit balance. The next thing is insufficient balance. My interest. Also be starting the question. Have a mental news. Although we expect to see in this law, training and stress about the Nigerian startup act. It's a beautiful thing. A lot of people, since our church, they are trying to people that it will bring a kind of learning will bring business in Nigeria and the economy too. And it will shift from the economy that's not really favoring us. But now this law is almost useless if we don't adopt it at state level. So what we're doing here today at SID is to adopt this law. We will make changes to it that will suit the Anambra businessman. It will suit people going on around and startups here. So when you bring a change, when you don't start, you don't start. So if there's anything you want to see in this law, or we need a please. They know that they're stupid, you know. Everybody's protecting an interest. Like I said, we are protecting the interest of with that ahead. And I don't get business ahead. So if you want anything, please let us put a mental people who are addressing during their answer.
Thank you. My name is Joshua. I'm MD of Sweetwater Software. I'd like to commend what the Commissioner did, having created a platform where you can learn or take all the digital skills. Especially the development to have a digital skill, but are gifted. So they can be part of projects because not all of them will be running the business or have a startup. So there should be a platform that holds the number of people that are going to be trained or empowered with digital skills moving forward. So I'd like to see provisions being made where, as a startup, I don't have to connect with resource persons outside of Anambra State or outside of Africa just because they are skilled in something. There have to be a platform that can, bring people that have the skill so that they can be able to collaborate and do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, what do you want to see in that road? Maybe I can pull out forever, forever. You not like people, yeah, that now. Let me do it now because what you might have to say is a contribution might actually help somebody, a businesswoman, a businessman that you are protected out of. You might think you're just protecting your interest, but actually protecting the interest of our children. People that want to, because people are all over the world, like people are change, but I'm trying to figure out that exclusion. what we're doing now is an opportunity to make whatever change we want to make. And now we are promising on government officials and representatives. And then we were represented. We're to have lawmakers represented. Let's stop here. Let's stop it now. They want to do their speeches and we don't hear you. Congratulations. You have to. Who knows? So we don't know what to protest ourselves by these things. You don't have what you go through. Let me know when school. I want to get 25 in the mail. I like to change my vote, but I don't know as I want to. I want to get 25 in the bench. Until the woman, yeah. Naturally, even with our engineers, highly talented. So, how is six companies that we bring from schools, secondary schools, universities, and hundreds of parents, nurture them, motivate them, and package them into sustainable technological innovative businesses. Because there are parents that may never think that the value of the skill that they have commercial value. Until you see what they are doing and help them to operate it and bring it to have value and can be commercialized. So I believe that if there were strategies embedded in the law that can come up to the leadership and have real parents, even more in a way that they will impact on humanity. Think about along that line. Thank you. Thank you so much. We just told them that the deputy governor is almost here, so we're about to start. We're about to start. I want to know when you go. Say now forever hold your peace. Because once we say I do, maybe the next time we have a question and answer session. So I want to before we start, morning everyone. I would like to see two major things as part of what we're looking at in the new act when it comes to number one is what you said about gender sensitivity, because we know already that the women folk in this climate, there is always their handicap and all that. I would be glad if at the end of the day we have just like even the government does, having some percentage of whatever for the women's folk, because of the traditional handicaps we already know that women face in our society. And then the other one has to do with finance. At the end of the day, talking about startup, we must come to the level of how to get it financed. I would also like a situation where something should be done, not just for the women, but people who have something smart, very tangible to offer us. They have some serious financial challenges to devise a way that maybe the government will be able to help them actualize whatever it is they want to start up and thank you. All right, thank you so much. Now you can call me Mrs. Now you can identify me as female. Thank you so much, man. Thanks. Because I was wondering how come our interest is not being represented. Because it's really that we're always shouting, now we're given an opportunity. And I'm hoping that more women will speak up when we start the next session. So we're going to start now. Before we start, I'd like to call on all some of our guests to go and sit on the high table so that they will face us. And the first thing they did not hear is They will face us. So I want to say, we'll look each other eyeball to eyeball and say that I like to first of all call Mr. Commissioner for Youth Development, Anambra State, Mr. Patrick, please, move forward. Thank you very much. Please, can you clap? Not intro. Please choke while you're doing it. And I want you to choke. I look like people were thinking to start a business. So it's not really easy. So when we say TikTok, you know why I say TikTok? Because this is the man that I'm looking at you, something is coming out. Something is coming out. And the purpose of this law in Anambra, don't talk about startups. But if you see a lot of people in the future that will say, I was a beneficiary of one into skills, you will see a lot of them. So that's why I'm happy he's here. I was also called Mrs. Chamaka Nathan. She's the Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning in Anambra State. So please, move forward. Sorry, please, let me correct myself. This is Chamaka Nathan. Please move forward. So, when we talk about budgets, you don't receive a lot, you don't receive a lot. You understand why we want her to stick to where she is facing us. All right, so I also want to call Tracy, she's not here. Tracy's not here. I want to call Professor he's the Dean, Faculty of Physical Science, University. Please. So where is that? I have to call the special advice. The lead person, Solution Innovation Districts, the special advisor to the governor on innovation and business incubation. Good morning. Please, so we're about to start. I want to recognize again, you're very important to this process. And you are very important to us, just like this process is important to us too. So in the end to come, I want all of us to know and beat our chest and yet whatever the outcome of this law is, we play a huge role. So I would like to start and the DJ. I like us to start with the national anthem and then Anambra State anthem. Can we start with that? So is everybody ready? All right, I've been asked to answer you 2 questions. Let me be patient. So who else has something to add to this law? If we can continue with that, we really have. All right.
Thank you very much. I just want to add something from a perspective of a trainer. Up until now, I think there's been a very centralized way of tech training in Anambra State. I am hoping that with this act, hubs and talent incubators like ourselves will actually be part of this training, because one of the key components of the act is actually training startups. So is the government going to centralize training? Are they looking to work with partners to make sure that there's a very, very broad-based approach to training? Thank you. What I say, but I'm coming from a perspective of a trade. Now, prior to now, there's been a very standard approach in terms of how training delivery. SID works for the government and people of Anambra State. There are also training organizations like ourselves working with the people of Anambra State. Part of this has been very key for training people that form part of startups. Now, is the government going to include training organizations like ourselves, or is it going to be startup? Thank you.
See, that's what I say. When you come to a place, know why you're here. Everybody has interest that represents you. You have interest, but the interest of people that will die. Yes, I don't take interest, so I'm here to represent myself and buyer association. So ladies, so you're not representing you or something similar to, we're not representing you. Because when people start complaining, marginalization. This is the time when you have something about what she wants to see, and it's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. So nobody's talking about disabilities too. People living with disabilities. I mentioned that one here. I just want to put it out there now that we have a lot, we really need to wait for. We have a lot of questions to ask. People, we have a lot of questions to ask. Now, I want to recognize the presence. I want to recognize the presence of the president and setting this way and the secretary. I want you to still be here. So please, can you please, I want you to come and sit where you can face us, because now these counters we're talking about are just the news. So please. So if you can hear that sound, that is our special guest, the deputy governor. He will soon be here. He's here already, Sean. He's here. So once he comes, we start. Now, please, so ladies, I beg you, you want I can kneel down and beg you, let us represent. Please, let us represent. So that whatever we're going to do, if you're in your business, you say, I don't know where you can, where you get to. And then when you're looking at the Lord, you know that this one came from this my brain. Okay. So please, do we have any questions? What do you want to see in the law for people living with disabilities? What do you want to see in the law? Because some people because you never know what they're still living. So if you look at that law, what do you want to see? Wow. That's in the law. So that once we conclude, I'm still answering this question over and over again. We had a lot of contribution. We had servants. How do we know sharing idea? How do we protect investors? How do we protect the women? When you want to see in this law, because I think people living with disabilities, I would like to know what will you want to see in this law? Is from that side of the country. I don't really have a table. Wow. I think we want to see. Have we concluded? We concluded that these are all we want to see. We're really not it out. Because that's what was so cool. I see trying to start. So please, drop the idea.
I greet everyone. I acknowledge the definition and explanation of what all the contributors have said on really what the startup needs. I concur with their ideas. And for the person living with disabilities, I want to add.
So I got to at one main speaker, chairman of the shopping can we stand or can we rise? Please, can we rise for the deputy governor of Anambra State, Dr. Onyeka Chukwudi Bezem, as he graces big occasion. Today is going to be the birth of something new. So we are happy that we have the second citizen of this great state right here in our presence. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. Before we go to national anthem, so we can start immediately. Anambra shine. All right, so now we have started. Thank you so much for people who made their contributions earlier. We'll still get back to that. But for now, we'd like to have our welcome address. We want to call on Special Advisor to the Governor on Innovation and Business Incubation, the lead Solution Innovation District, to come and address our guests. Then I'd like to call on Mrs. Tracy Okor Isaac. Please, can you come? Move over, please, to the high table. And move over to this place. Sorry, we're trying to position our guests so that they will see in such a way that they will face us. So they will face us and they will hear us. All right, now, so Spad, are you ready? Okay, so now we welcome the Special Advisor to the Governor on Innovation and Business Incubation to give us our welcome address. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Onyekachi Bezim, members of the House of Assembly here, members, the Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, the Commissioner for Youth, the Director of STI, Science, Technology, and Innovation, ASA2 Youth President here, the lead of the Nigerian Startup at State Adoption, Tracy Okoro, who is here with her team. Oh, MD ICT Agency, the Professor K.K. Wanzo, the Dean Faculty of Physical Sciences, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. He was also a champion for innovation at the university, the founder of LM Tech Hub, the president of NASME, Anambra State Chapter, who's here as well. I know in this audience, there are really people who I may need to mention, but maybe because I haven't seen you, I really acknowledge and welcome all of you. The hub founders, the tech community group leaders. I know the GDG co-lead, the women leader for the Women in Tech group right there. You're welcome. The executive assistant to the governor, you're welcome. So the ladies and gentlemen of the press, all protocol duly observed, you're all welcome to today's Anambra State adoption of the Nigerian Startup Act. This is the ecosystem engagement session, Mr. Deputy Governor. So as part of the requirements before a state adopts the Nigerian Startup Act, which was enacted last year at the federal level, this engagement session is a requirement. So, and in here in this hall, we have hub leaders, hub founders, techies, as we call them, different community groups, as SMEs, just relevant stakeholders are all here so that we can deliberate, discuss this act, and see how to reflect Anambra State's reality in what will become the eventual act of Anambra State. So esteemed guests and fellow advocates of innovation, I would like to call you. You're welcome today to this very special event. I call it special because it's crucial considering Mr. Governor's drive for innovation in Anambra State. So we gather here today, I would say, for a shared vision, which is to propel Anambra State into the forefront of technological advancements, to foster a thriving innovation ecosystem that would nurture creativity, invention, and that would eventually lead to our own Silicon Valley that we're building here, which is the Solution Innovation District. So the second thing I'd like to say, welcome here. You are at the Solution Innovation District, and for those of you who may be coming here for the first time, in Anambra State, the government understands the importance, in fact, the transformative power of technology in all sectors. So that's why the governor, Professor Charles Chukwumasonido, CFR, established the Solution Innovation District to spur innovation progress of the Anambra to innovate, to invent, to create, to grow solutions, disruptive solutions, I like to call it. And with the profound ambition to build what will become our own Silicon Valley here. So that is the Solution Innovation District right here in Anambra State. So Anambra's ambition is to create a thriving ecosystem that is hinged, and this is hinged on laying the foundation for a knowledge-driven economy, and that this will eventually propel our state to new heights. That's why you see us doing the Anambra Digital Tribe Program. So SIE is here to activate and build technological innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the states. So we raise the digital tribes, startup incubation, raising smart SMEs. We know we have a lot of SMEs in Anambra State, but we want them to be smart. We want them to leverage technology to scale. And of course, research commercialization. That's why we have the academia in the room. We're here today to discuss and to embrace a game-changing initiative, that is Nigerian Startup Act, to adopt Nigerian Startup Act in Anambra State. And this legislation, we believe, holds the key to unlocking the full potential of the state's innovation drive, and its impact would reverberate across the states. In Anambra State, our mantra is everything technology, technology everywhere. Whether from the Solution Innovation District to ICT agency to ministries to agencies, that's what we're about. And so you can see where the Nigerian Startup Act really ties in, and that's actually why we're really there. So as you may know, this act, Nigerian Startup Act, is not just a set of rules. I like to say the blueprint for the future, a catalyst for growth. And if you've read through it, you will see that it means well, it's designed to start the ecosystem. It's designed to start the ecosystem. We shared it with some of you already, but today we're going to be discussing it in full, and I'm happy that the people that were behind this creation in the first place, the Madam Tracy and Hans are here. We're going to discuss it. You ask all the questions you have, and then most importantly, make your contribution, because that's the only way we can actually get the one that is domesticated, the one that reflects our reality. So what we eventually emerge here, as the Anambra Startup Act. My hope is that it will be an act that will create, of course, the conducive environment for startups to flourish here, reduce regulatory burdens, provide tax incentives, simplify bureaucratic processes, and unshackle the potential of our startups. So at the end of the day, we have startups out of this place that compete with other startups around the world. So this place Anambra State becomes the next startup state. That's actually why we're here. And part of that is actually emphasizing investments and funding for startups. And that's why private sector participation is very important. Venture capital, angel investors. That's why we're building the Anambra Angel Investors, so that we can spur, the growth of new ideas. Because we know a lot of people have fantastic ideas, but to scale it is the problem. And we're here to nurture those ideas. This legislation will water, become like the water and sunlight the startups in Anambra State need. And of course, collaboration is important in all of this. We understand the strong link between the government, the academia, and the private sector, the startups, and that's why the triple helix model is very important for us. And that's why for all we do, we bring in the academia. And we see the emergence of hubs, we see how founders, we see people who are already supporting the ecosystem here. So we can only hope for more collaboration towards supporting and building the ecosystem in Anambra State. So the Nigerian Startup Act will focus on many things, in fact, different parts of it, which I won't actually go into. You get to learn a lot more about them as we progress. So, and this, you can see how this really ties to what we do at SVD and why it's important we are doing it today. So, adoption of the Nigerian Startup Act, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a legal formality. For us in Anambra State, it's actually a statement of intent. It's actually a declaration of the fact that Anambra State is ready to embrace the future of technology with open arms. So it shows that Mr. Governor is not just saying, but he's working the talk. A round of applause for our governor, please. I'm sure you can do better, right? So let us see the opportunity to propel our state into, let's be at the forefront of technological advancement. Whether you're doing a business, small business, you can leverage technology and you can do better. And you can move from small to medium. You can move from medium to large. Do you understand? So it affects everybody. So our collective goal here is to build an innovation ecosystem that rivals the best in the world. And that's why we're having this conversation today. So thank you all for coming and welcome to the Anambra State adoption of the Nigerian Startup Act ecosystem engagement today. Thank you. Thank you so much. She actually is still in agreement with what we've been talking about also. And now that she has opened the floor, let the conversation begin. Before we go proper into finding out what we would like to bring up some key speakers to talk to us, give us like maybe one or two about what their expectation is. We have to call up the Commissioner for Youth and Youth Development, Anambra State. Mr. Patrick Anambra, please.
The members of the OSCE who are present, the leaders of tech organizations that are here, stakeholders, the academics. Good morning once again. On the I want to welcome you to the Nigerian Startup Act, stakeholders engagement here today. I would not like to go into species. Let me thank the Special Advisor to Mr. Government and Business Innovation for the work well done. My own just to feel free, relax, so that you get your own contribution. Regarding the startup, it's a great thing that is coming at this time that the state government, the solution government led by Professor School Masaludo, doing a whole lot in areas of human capital development, youth enterprise development, startups. Weeks ago, the governor graduated 5,000 startups through one skill program. And this is the way forward with the government of Nigeria for this wonderful initiative. That is the way forward to build a greater Nigeria. So I welcome you once again. Feel free and relax and make your own contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. That was short but straight to the point. And we're expecting more of that. We want to follow up, Madam Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Mrs. Chiamaka Nake. Please just address us.
Deputy Governor, members of the school, very important ecosystem driver, media and the audience. I want to say that this is a very important gathering, especially how I think now everybody agrees that this is the era of tech. And then the case is how do you ensure that these are actually sustainable and ensure that it kind of thrives, not just exists, because I see a lot of competition around tech. And of course, it's actually building a foundation that can actually ensure that it survives the test of time. I think one of the main things I would like to see out of this, I think this is really trying to be in charge of what I expect to see out of it. Is actually trying to protect the integrity of the startup ecosystem. I know we start off saying it's the trend and it's a trending thing to be part of it, to be a startup. But I know that in the past few years, we've seen some young get of raise funds that then collapse, right? So how can Anambra State be different? How can Anambra State in adoption try to protect investors and also investment? So if we can actually move towards that, I think that can actually be where we that can actually will I say differentiate Anambra State's play to whatever is obtainable across the country. So it's an opportunity for us to think about it, because I know that yes, we started off, I know this is like a national policy. And the Anambra State can sit back and think through what are the challenges, and of which is one I have mentioned across what is happening in the ecosystem. If we can see how to deepen the issue of confidence and also the protection of investment and investors, I think that can actually go a long way in ensuring that Anambra State can actually tell people come and invest in Anambra State. As startups we have a structured framework that ensures that your money grows with the business and the business is also sustainable beyond the time. I think that's the major thing I want to see out of this short engagement. And I hope that I think this is an also opportunity to thank our progressive governor who always think of how to ensure that Anambra State remains at the forefront of the movement of the country. Thank you everyone for making our time today. I think this is quite important that we have this crowd all here, hoping that Anambra State at the end of this we have the solid act that is actually implementable and driving business in Anambra State. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, we want to call on the MD of Anambra State ICT Agency, Mr. Chukwemeka Fred Abata, to address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Governor, members custodian present, and let me just stand on the existing protocol as established by the social advisor to Mr. Governor. I'm happy to be here. When we started the mission for the National Startup Act, it was in like a conversation like this, where ecosystem players got together, and we started talking about this for a while. But one of the things that we did was that we ensured that this was not just an ordinary law. It was a law that will carry along the ecosystem. That's why we're excited to have all of you here to join this one. Because if we just go as a government to go and bring out a piece of document, we don't think it will work. Which is why also at the national level, they are not forcing states to adopt national level book line and sinker. The whole idea is that each state should look at its comparative advantage, should look at its own realities, and then conform the law to suit those realities. So, for example, Anambra State is known for our huge commerce and trade capability, which then means that one of the businesses or one of the industries that we should focus on is really how to make e-commerce thrive in the state, or how to make our state become e-commerce champion. That's an example. So it means that in the north, we can focus on agri. Here we can. So the point is that stakeholders would come together to collaborate on how best to drive this forward. That's why we're excited. Now, I will just talk about, what happened in Lagos that we all know and we always try to be like, right? Lagos came to be, the ecosystem of Lagos came to be because stakeholders like you all decided to make it a reality. And when they went to government, they didn't even ask government for money initially. And of course, those are the early days. What they asked government for was infrastructure. Say, government, help us get telcos and infracos to lay fiber cable in the whole of Yaba as a startup and see what happens. And I want to gladly tell you that Mr. Governor is also following in that same direction. Today, as we speak, there are fiber cables being laid all over Anambra State. The whole idea is that we want to increase. The whole idea is that we want to increase capacity, because we know that without that infrastructure, it's going to be difficult to have an ecosystem, let alone build anything meaningful. That's why Mr. Governor is driving that to ensure that Anambra becomes a place where if you come in here, you will have high-speed internet broadband. I will not bore you with the details, but I can tell you, look around the state, you will see this already happening in various sites. So in the next couple of months, you will see improved access and improved broadband internet. So ecosystem players, please note that it is your, in fact, all over the world. And I can tell you, if you know what's happening in the AI space now, for those who are very core techies, government is playing catch up. These guys have run so far that, I mean, if I sit here in Oka and following the trend, I pity for any US government official, because you can't even cope. As OpenAI is not launching 4.0, Facebook and IBM announces a new AI alliance. Just last week, Google launched Gemini. It's so, government is playing catch up. So even in Anambra State, if the ecosystem steps up, we will play catch up. Because innovation lies with the private sector, while we, the government, will now come up with policies. But if the ecosystem waits for the government, government should die. No, that's not what's happening in Lagos. In Lagos, they're executing. When CBN or whoever wakes up, they can catch up. So I want to implore and encourage the Anambra, the ecosystem in Anambra, please rise up. For us to drive this ecosystem, We need you people to take the front burner. Yes, see, we create the platform, see, we support you, but you will have to do it. You have to take the bull by the horn, make this happen. Let's build Anambra. We're known as entrepreneurs, right? And technology makes this. In fact, I was watching an AI, because I mean, I'm very big in AI now. And an AI entrepreneur was sharing how ChatGPT is his boss. So he created a business and he made ChatGPT the boss. So he doesn't take any decision. Every decision he takes is by ChatGPT. That company today is worth over €1 million. It's a German-based company, and we do t-shirt design. So ChatGPT, all the designs, all the crafts, all the business execution, all the launching, zero overhead. Over €10,000 in sales in 2 weeks. That's the world we live in now, the world of AI. So ladies and gentlemen, let's make it happen. We can do it. It's the government has created the platform. Together, we can. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that. We had a lot of questions in the beginning of this session about investors with the Act Protect Investors. I'd like to call on the Managing Director of the Anambra State Investment Promotion and Protection Agency to address us. This is just me telling you that interest is covered.
Our chief host, Chinwe Okoli, special advisor, all other exco members here present. Please permit me to stand on audio and existing protocol earlier established. Hello, hi everyone. Well, I've gotten the opportunity to be at quite a few tech events, and in my opinion, there's something about the energy. I haven't really felt the energy there. Hello, hello. It's very colorful, and I think Chinwe has done an amazing job putting together an amazing room of founders, startup players, tech engineers, entrepreneurs, government people, policymakers, and essentially this is the group of the people who create a multi-billion-dollar economy in Anambra State over the next few years. I think we have everything ready for us just to take over. Like my colleague said, we worked on bringing a few companies here to deploy the infrastructure. That's our own data. Anybody who asks, is there high-speed Wi-Fi for the next 3-4 months? It's not our job, it's your job. You have to come up with the innovation and the funding will back it. There's also a lack of sort of ideas. So we're hoping that with this sort of conversation, with this sort of ecosystem activation events, where founders, players, financiers, policymakers, we can expand this and have it more regularly, because that's essentially how deal making happens. My role is very simple, but yet very complex. I head the investment promotion and protection agency for the state. We also manage the state's investment portfolio cut across a number of sectors. But the government manifesto is very clear. So in that manifesto is captured that he wants to also set up a VC-backed, a state-backed venture capital fund that I believe quite a number of us here will be supporting that. But essentially it's for Anambra, to see how Anambra and anybody who's interested can raise funds. I add those funds to the state, aggregate it, and impact the sector. Essentially chase ideas, chase innovations, provide all sorts of capital, from seed level capital, pre-seed, equity, sub-debt, all sorts of things. However, I think, because in my mind, if you look at the data, it says what? $22 billion in diaspora remittances. If you could take a guess, the Southeast probably is responsible for 50% of that amount, given the footprint of our people around the world. If we could drill down further, we can say maybe a number takes about 25% of that sum. So you're looking at somewhere between $2.5 to $3 billion. In today's world, all that money is going to things like building new churches. I'm a Catholic and I love God, but it's going to building new churches. It's going to providing some people with education,
some may argue the education is relevant in modern day, or it's not. But we think that such monies, a percentage of it, can be routed to diaspora venture capital funds that can impact ideas, that can transform how we do business in Nigeria and in Anambra State from a technology standpoint. Just the amount of people who are from Anambra that have made it to different parts of the world within your space and ecosystem. It only makes sense that we should have our own and a thriving local market, domestic market here. That is designing, building, and exporting that talent and intellect around the world. So for me, it's just to show strong collaboration with my colleague Chinwe, but also to be here to engage, to network, to learn, to potentially create opportunities for partnerships with the ecosystem. Because what it presents and what the general creative sector presents is one where from your bedroom you'll be making millions of naira, if not potentially dollars, right? So for this is not a day of long speeches. I just want to show that there's a lot of camaraderie between me, Chinwe, CFP, and all the different colleagues. And we want to see how we can work with you all to build a thriving technology ecosystem here. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much. God bless you too. All right, now we'll call Mr. Chinemere Ogwebe. He's the chairman of Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises to address us.
Projects, the commissioner from youths, and the special advisor that brought us here today. Thank you very much. And other stakeholders and other stakeholders within the SME and tech ecosystem. I is very, very pleased. First and foremost, I want to actually thank you for this wonderful opportunity to create this platform for us to come and actually talk about the startup. It's very wonderful, it's very okay. But I want to plead on behalf of the nano and micro entrepreneurs, which is the sector where I represent. I'm the chairman of NASME, and I get across to businesses, nano and micro entrepreneurs. I want to say, you said something that was very, very okay. That no matter how well a business is, there is a space for you. At Anambra State, we have a very different business. Our ecosystem is quite different. Everybody in Anambra State is an entrepreneur. The problem we have is that we are not structured and organized as entrepreneurs in Anambra. Most times we see that I've come in contact with a lot of entrepreneurs, and the last see different development societies. So I come in contact with entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial trainings, and one thing you see, the first problem you see is the level of fitness. But when you get down to it, you find out that we have a structural problem, and businesses are not structured in such a way that people can touch opportunities. I've got to look at the also from entrepreneurs and charge for businesses and startups. Most of the especially Anambra, we don't fundraise from you see other states from Asaba, let's go for the general program. Asaba, we are very, very active. People register your business, you have a business plan, you have a business. So I feel this would be a very wonderful collaboration. 2 months and we can see ways to impact IT and tech. When
I go town center, I go buy that rice. Come.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call on Professor K.K. Wozo, the Dean, Faculty of Physical Sciences, University, for his good remarks.
Ecosystem stakeholders. Good morning, everybody. Today is a very special day for us. For my faculty, for SID, the handholding has been there. And something, the wind that is blowing everywhere is it's a revolution. For the past 10 days, we've been involved from one segment of Nigeria to the other. It's about technology, innovation, local content, and youth entrepreneurship. And you find out that the summation of the entire discussion, is a word in SID. That is why we don't joke SID. Because what we confess, preach and profess, SID is actually doing and is strongly. So when you see us always coming around, it is because you see a place where we are at home with the practical realities, the practical context of what the times are actually demanding from us. Now, for us in the university, something has been pushing us before the SDGs, number 17, partnerships, collaborations, synergy. And each time we gather like this, we keep ruminating on the realities of these partnerships and where we must get with these partnerships. So, for us, it isn't about curriculum in the university that are actually outdated or anachronistic in some respects. But when we come to a place like this, we lift ideas, having built a flexible platforms inside the university for new things to come, because we know that this Gen Z generation are actually at our neck for something new. And it's either we give it or they will leave us behind and move on. No apologies about that. So the trajectory is that we will continue to work together, first tomorrow together, make a difference together. For Tokyo University, we are at the forefront. And Mr. Governor actually did something very wonderful some days ago by bringing on board a woman who actually is already thinking about blending techniques in teaching and learning. The first time I discussed with her was she was talking about virtual campus, tackling insecurity from the point of virtual inputs into the curriculum, meaning that I can be at my home and teach my students anywhere they are, apart from the laboratory work anyway. So I think the ecosystem is charged and will continue to be energized with the right intellectual workforce. That is why we continue to be here and continue to work with SID. Thank you very much.
Just to more into the message, we'll go over to Ian Tracy. So now let's recognize and call up Professor Akshay Benedine, Student Affairs, Namibia Azikiwe University. So a good message.
The Deputy Governor, Dr. Yes. Commissioner and other administration. I have a little bit worry. About the town and gown. If we come to the universities, there are copious amount of research lying dormant, books getting beyond the laboratory, and perhaps the bench. I should believe that while we engage in discussions, we should also speak synergy. How do we get all the units that are involved in working so that we don't end up again talking and talking and talking? We've done a lot of talking in the past. I should believe that this is actually how do we get all the stakeholders to be involved? How do we translate the ideas we put from here into tangible reality. How people think that will be on ground. If we get beyond this point, I think we have succeeded. And so from the university angle again, my colleague has already spoken. This has been our bonding, really. That if you come to the universities, a lot of work is going on, and a lot of work has gone on. But there is no bridge between the down and the top. I believe that this also is an answer to that, because over the years, that these two could be bridged, that what comes up from our researches in the universities could be translated to what we serve the society. And I think Anambra State has all it is. We have it. We have the intellectual capacity. We have all that we needed. There are industrial players who are also capable of taking up some of these things for now. But let me say that I have also noticed that in every economy that has thrived, that has grown, it is not driven by the multinationals. I think it is driven by the SMEs. This small scale, medium scale, and even nano scale industries that over time to neglect. These are the actual drivers of the economy. And let me even comment to say that I was glad to be part of the grand finale of the Mr. Governor's 1 year 2 schemes event. I've been represented by Vice Chancellor Prince. What I saw there was quite interesting, but I needed to get the voice that beyond what we're giving them, there should be a way to also monitor. I know the government will be about to monitor these people, but it can also suggest that there should be mentors. Mentor these individuals that have been given starting monetary grants to start up some things. Mentors are important. And Vice President, they told me the new foundation mentor for 2023. And I understand what mentorship does in sustaining ideas like this and pushing it beyond just even the money. I believe that if they're not mentors for them, definitely buy more liabilities with the money they were given. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we call on the Mr. Dilibe Chinweze, founder LM Tech for Oka.
Mr. Governor, House of Assembly members, the Special Advisor, Governor on Innovation, on Business Incubation, EXO members, their presidents, ICT agency director, my fellow ecosystem stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here, and I'd like to give a special thanks again to Chinwe for giving me the opportunity to be here. My name is Dilibe Chinweze. I'm the founder of LM Tech Hub. LM Tech Hub is a social enterprise, a not-for-profit organization run by my able director, Dr. Ngozi Osiabata. When this idea started, it never crossed my mind for us to go and set up in Lagos or set up in Abuja. The only place I felt it was going to happen was here in Oka and nowhere else. Because it's very important for us, regardless of where you come from Nigeria, it's very important for us to have the hub here in Oka, so people in the local environment will benefit from it. So we run 2 hub programs now, and I can tell you that all the members of all the students that have come to our home spend 6 months at a time free of charge. It's not something that's sustainable, but we're hoping that as time goes on, we'll be in a position to make things better for ourselves.
Just want to touch on a few things. I'm gonna have to say that FID has been a great success in Anambra State. It has raised a lot of awareness. The institution has trained a lot of people, male, female, and giving people opportunity under the directive of Able Governor Soludo. Now, I have to say that this is a very bold statement, because up until now, we've had students that have come through our hub. Now, all they have to do at the end of graduation, either they go and go to another hub, or they go into internships, or they go and do freelancing and work on their own. But what has been missing is actually this whole idea, because there's no signpost to do anything else. Nobody says, oh, I want to carry forward here and see what I can make out of it, because there's just no framework to help anybody. So this is a very bold statement.
I'm blessed.
Will be very beneficial to anybody who comes into home. My understanding, obviously, that this will be a framework. It will create an enabling environment for students or people in tech to decide the way forward. What is important again is I speak on behalf of hubs here. We have actually been on the sidelines looking at what's going on. And I'm calling on the government here to find ways to incorporate hubs into what they're doing. Now, one other example of what I'd like to put forward is there should be a pathway to the next step. We have organizations and training organizations outside SID to be able to signpost our students to what the next steps are. Aside from being a freelancer or going if you have a business idea, where do you go from there? Right now, there's none. But honestly, with the Startup Act and once all the frameworks in place, we can then comfortably signpost our students to places they can go and get support if they have a good idea. It would be nice for Anambra to have unicorns. Obviously, Mr. Anambra talks about all the supports and frameworks and infrastructure being provided for organizations in Lagos, and that has worked. When I looked at the stats, Lagos has about 400 startups, and that consists about 88% of the startups in the country. That meant that only 20% of startups is being shared between the remaining 35 states, and that's very poor. And I'm thinking that right now we should be looking at targets. We'll be saying to ourselves, well, these are the numbers we should be hitting the next year or two. We can sit down here and obviously have discussions, but if we don't put numbers on the ground and then have a benchmark to check on ourselves in the next year or two, then I don't think we've done very well for ourselves. So part of the discussion today should be what are the targets, what are the objectives, where are we going to be in a year's time? And these are sort of discussions also I'd like to see us talk about today. So, like I said, my talk is essentially around how hubs in Anambra is going to be supported. We want to be part of this initiative. We want to work with SID. We want to work with the government. We want to be, recognized. We want to be part of. Let me give you an example. I've got students who finish that and they go and run an SID program. Why should someone do the same thing twice? So I think we need to put our resources on the table and find the best way to harness it. And these are sort of discussions I think we should be having today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, the last one on the lead goodwill message will be taken. Will be coming from our partners, BFT Group representative, Mr. Chibuzo. Okay, is the MDVP after.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Deputy Governor, members of the ESCO, President, please permit me to start on existing protocols already established. BFT Group is very pleased to partner with Anambra on this. values. Support. Thank you. Just want to add one thing as a piece of advice to those who are aspiring players in the ecosystem. Just for example, major problem I face is not funding. Maybe from a group that gap is identified, and the funds will come after it. The thing is that fund managers are looking for solid solution providers who they can invest their money in because they want returns. So don't see it as charity, don't see it as a favor being done to you, or you're going asking for, oh, we need funding. Think about you bringing value, which is solving problem, beginning from the environment around you. And then focus on, because there's a lot of noise making, a lot of pageantry, as people say, going on in the tech space. But be one of the serious-minded ones, solve the problem, be consistent in what you're doing, and the funds will come after you. I'll give you just 3 instances of the companies we invested in that have solved problems and grown. Many of you are familiar with PPVest, right? Exactly. So they are solving problems and their balance sheet is very huge right now. And also another one is ePay, which is seeking to innovate around payment solutions for small businesses. And then another one is Artbit, which essentially gives opportunity for people to invest in artworks, African artworks that are very valuable, so much that you can buy, you can own them as an individual. Take, for instance, you can't buy Nigerian breweries, but you can own a share, a part of Nigerian breweries. Same way you can do that for artworks and Nigerian music. So these are some of the few innovative ideas that have been backed by the group, and we're looking forward to backing more coming out of Anambra, because as someone from Southeast myself, I know the energy we have, I know the capability that we have, and programs such as this, which is very local, notable, we help unlock the innovative ideas or capabilities that are already inherent, inborn in youths around the Southeast, particularly Anambra State. So you're on the right path. You're lucky to have a government that is thinking in the right direction, providing the infrastructure that you need, bringing all stakeholders together so that everything is sorted out. All it's left for you is to find ways to solve problems and be serious about it, and the funds will come. And so take this from the group, and we're happy to be part of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We've heard from everybody here. So right now we will hear the speech. And our speech topic this afternoon is understanding and leveraging the opportunities of the Nigerian Startup Act. And our speaker is Madam Tracy Okoro Isaac, State Adoption Lead, Nigeria Startup Act. Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Governor, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Commissioners, specialists, and noble, don't call them leaders in the educational sector, people in the investment and technology industry, entrepreneurs, technology hubs, the full ecosystem, startups. Let me stand on existing protocol because, in fact, let me not stand on the protocol because maybe the protocol don't break. All of us have been standing on this protocol, right? what I'm supposed to talk about is supposed to be like a brief presentation where I try to bring you up to speed on the Nigerian Startup Act. I know that SID has tried to do its best in explaining it, but just like CFA said, there was a goal we wanted to achieve, and it was tantamount that we achieved it. And I'm going to paint the story in a very short while, put this in the context, so that you understand why you're here, that you're here to make history. That 10 years later from today, you would remember that we were part of a group that came together to create an ecosystem that will be bringing out the unicorns of Anambra. And you know, we say it's not a joke, right? But before we say it, it's like Anambra people, they don't clap in Anambra. Because when they take this thing, you know, anybody will be called, you Anambra state. Now, when we say, you know, unicorn, you know, in Anambra, people think that, oh, it's impossible, let's just be speaking English. No. The guy that owns Flutterwave is from where? Which state? It's not abroad though. The guy that owns Future Africa, Paystack, Shola. I'm telling you that these are people from local ecosystems, right? And they built these startups regardless of governmental support, regardless of economic hardship. So just imagine if we put ourselves together and build an ecosystem that supports startups, what will happen? The Nigerian Startup Act is appropriated legislation that came out of what I call the intersection between displacement and disruption. So earlier we were talking about it. Let me break down that to Okoye. So every time they used to touch tracing inside bank, I don't almost slap one teller one day. After I go and put my money, then I stand in line. When I reach you, they'll say, madam, that's no problem. I mean, I want to go shop. I know they go to. Then you know they'll call security. I'm sure some young men say that people like Tracy, you know, we need to solve their problem. And they created the bank app. What did that do? That disrupted the entire financial ecosystem. It meant that you and I could sit down. Who has been to banking like up to 40 times this year? 25. 15. These people, when they hire me, they go 17 and they go there into. Well, that's what that small disruption did. But you know what it did? It also did. Over 4 million people lost their jobs. So imagine government, you know, when they're doing election, they say, we give you jobs. Right now, 1 million people don't have jobs, but we'll give you 1.5. Then you now, from Anambra, you got to create a startup, disrupt. 4 million people lose their job. Plus the 1 million estimated, 5 million. If you're government, what will you do? I ban you now, shut you down, quick, because you may be here. But you see, the disruption is not bad. It's the fact that the startups were not working hand in hand with government to solve for displacement. So what that displacement, solving for displacement would be is while they're building, there are new jobs that are opened up in the value chain of what they're building. They would have worked with government to prepare people for what we call pivots. So these people, instead of losing their jobs, they will pivot to the new value chain that is created by this new innovation. And so people won't lose their job. But the guy that is solving is not thinking about who is losing their job. He's thinking that it's making our life better, which it is. But something else is happening. So we saw a lot of clash between government and the people, between government and innovators. In Lagos, logistics, government just woke up one day, bam, bam, no more buy. But imagine you have a job and you have told your babe, so that money where you ask me like this, give it 2 weeks and we just give you the money. Then the money, you just said that they have banned back. They have banned this. We're talking about cryptocurrency, crypto, oh boy, now give me crypto, back. Government in the morning, government, ban. The ecosystem had to sit down and say, we're all trying to solve a problem here, and if we don't come together and sit down and solve it, we'll have problems. And so that's how the Nigerian Startup Act came about. Built on 4 pillars. One, which is funding, 2, human development, capacity building. Third one is infrastructure. And infrastructure is not housing, road. It's very important for all that. But infrastructure we're talking about is soft and hard infrastructure, which is internet connectivity, just like TFA was talking about, which is making sure that you are able to, while you are building this thing. Imagine you finish building this app now, very beautiful app, and you launch it for people of Anambra State, and they cannot log on to the app. What's the essence? Do you know what they will do? They'll migrate, they'll go to another state. And so that's why Lagos seems to be where everybody's going to, because why? The infrastructure required for businesses to be able to thrive, for you and your customer to communicate. The fact that I am, sitting somewhere, just one company, Flutterwave, is valued much more than over 9 banks in Nigeria. They don't have up to 2 headquarters. Yeah, these banks I'm talking about, their headquarters is like 600. That's what the disruptive capacity of allowing innovation and building entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are not like regular businessmen and women. Entrepreneurs are after solution. How do I solve the problem? Small story. There was a water issue in the village. 2 girls decided, you know what? Let's create a way for people to be able to access water. So just like you order for boats, you order for these people that carry trucks to bring water. So all you needed to do was you send a text to so and so, and somebody will bring truck to your house and develop the water. But that business died. You know why it died? The people they built it for. There was no infrastructure for the people to be able to send it. We made women whenever small 15 naira where you get on the phone where you want to use. You want me to use and text 55 to 404. But if she had support of the government and telcos, they could have helped her with that service, and that service could have been either maybe a 1 naira service where everybody can access it. But that solution died. So the essence of the NSA is to make sure that ecosystems are solidly built to be able to drive innovation from you and I. I created an app I haven't launched yet. It's called Landit. How did Landit come? I was looking for a house. For 7 months, I looked for a house inside Abuja. You don't meet agents. See, God, it's only God that will handle agents in this life. And this house, that's the house. But you see, on your way to the house, you go just the enter corner. You say, okay, I've got the same house where you show me. Say, let's go now, let's go. When you reach there, the kitchen is just here and here. Then the bedroom, only you will be doing like this inside. Then when you say you don't like it, the man will say you still pay him inspection fee. 3,000. Thing don't go. For 7 months, I look for house. Problem. But instead of going to that and saying, you know what, well, when government will come, government will help me. I went back to my office and I told my people that we need to build an app that helps people just find the house by themselves and go ahead and just take away the third party. That's what we're here to do. And so we rallied around, worked with government. The fastest act to be ever passed in the history of Nigeria's National Assembly is the Nigeria Startup Act. Quick, a round of applause for it. But this did not happen because we had money. I want to tell you that today, they should come and tell me government didn't give us 1 copper. It was fully ecosystem driven, which means that instead of me going to go and be looking for the director of investment somewhere, the director of the investment is part of our team. So if we needed anything that investment, we just tag him, say, sir, you don't reach your turn, deliver what you need to deliver. We brought everybody on board to make sure that we delivered it. Now the Nigeria Startup Act was passed. Now we're moving because there is no state called federal government, and because of the kind of federal system of government we run, if we just leave it up there, then the states will not benefit. Then people will keep migrating from Anambra state to go to Lagos to go and build up. Why? Why do you need to leave the shores of Anambra to go to Kwara or to go elsewhere? So that's the reason why I took up state adoption. How do we make sure that states have access to what every other person can have? How can state be mandated? That's why we're not making it a policy document, we're making it an act. It has to be a law where you can sue the government. And I'm saying it in front of the government because that's why we made it an act. A law where you can hold the government responsible for delivering what it needs to deliver. The act was built on funding. It was built on human capacity development, but it was built on infrastructure, but it was also built on regulatory, what did we call it again? On-site regulation. It means that you understand where your right starts and where it stops. The government understands where it owes you and where it's not supposed to owe you.
And so you work hand in hand with the government. I understand that, and I'm so excited that Mr. Governor is fully innovation-free because he understands in Africa, more than $7 billion was raised between the last 2 years. 50% of it was raised by Nigeria. Yeah. Largest unicorn in Africa, Nigeria. That we have a problem to find. I want you to understand that there's huge potential. Please don't tell me to wrap up. What I'm doing is very important. What I'm doing is to let the people know here that what they're about to do here is not a joke. Is that you are going to create a modular startup for you. Parents, you are here. If you allow this be another event and just walk away, in 5 years, your children will hold you responsible for creating a law or set of laws that did not support them. So when we're reviewing the modular law, let me tell you what you will do. Ask all the questions you need to ask. Say what you need to say. Create the buy-in. I'm happy that the deputy governor is here. He's here. He's a father. He's a brother. He's family. He will know that what he's doing today will set up a chain reaction or set of reactions that in 5 years, when people are looking and saying, look at Anambra, I was telling you when we were coming here, billionaires in this state who can make us #1 in this country. So this is an opportunity for you to step up in your soul and say, what I'm doing here today is what will change the future of not just me, but for the future of Anambra people tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are next. Yeah, I was shocked. They said, don't tell me too long. Please don't. I want to say, I apologize. I was actually enjoying what she was saying, but time. Look at the time. We're still about to go for our tea break. Don't you see? Don't worry, we'll still get back to you. That energy. Keep it. Keep it. All right, so now we'll call on the main person. We want to call on the deputy governor, the keynote speaker for today's event, to give us a speech on Anambra State Innovation Agenda and Nigerian Startup Act.
Thank you for moderating fine. I was almost looking for the back door to leave. Yeah, my time is quite expensive. Well, I don't know where to start. This is the last speaker that refused to leave the stage. But I was enjoying it. Yeah, she was actually meeting with a lot of action. Passion. Oh, great. That's the word. Okay. And, I'm glad you're the lead person. Is it not? Yeah. So that's Tracy. Well done. The commissioners that are here, Commissioner for Budget, Economic Planning, our Commissioner for Youth. I will recognize the host last. Yes, because you are the reason why we're here. Then the MD that are here, the Avatar, that has been doing great things. You know, the first day I saw this guy physically because he was running a program regularly, channels, and initially I thought he was talking nonsense. I said, who is this guy holding us around some everything like that? One day I listened to him. Because when he speaks, he needs no microphone or whatever. His voice is really big. You know, he's back. So I have a niece who always reminds me, your friend has come. Yes. And now we are partners in progress still. And these are actually square pegs in square holes. These are people who Mr. Governor has assembled to do the work. If you're a good leader, success starts from the men you choose around. Because you can't do it all. Okay? Some of us have been around for the past almost 10 years now. watching things evolve. And then this building you're in, I made bold to say this every time, that this building was just known for campaign. So I think it's always put in use every 2 years, and then the 4th year. When you're running different elections, House of Assembly, then we'll come here, we realize fantastic structure. And then some of us come to eat at the restaurants that is behind. I don't know whether you still have the restaurant. They could be. That's the only memory we have. Then we have a governor now who has turned this to, I'll call it a church. You know, where the youth come to worship. You know you're worshiping now. You're worshiping. Yes, where you find value, where you come in. Everything technology. If you don't invite technology, you leave it behind. It's like a moving train, whether you like it or not. I tell some of my friends, I remember the days of Nokia. We won't sing. Nokia won't sing. Other phone came out, double SIM. Made it smaller, convenient that we could. Nokia said they had a strong whatever to have only one SIM. And before you know it, we were thrown out. The Samsungs and others took over. That's how technology moves, innovations. And I see the ASATU leader here, who I know 2014 that started things like this, trying to, then they were thinking it was you know, there were years, if you talk about technology, people will look at you as a mad person. That's where I'm coming from. Because I'm not the you know. So let's see where we are. So and with this, it's good I recognize our partners very well. You know, I'm just shooting your names down. Each time I come, I'm able to say that you're the reason also why we are here. Especially the sponsors. You know, everything. You know, we are talking about technology. You know, the last week, the money maker. You know, we in Anambra, we are trying to eke out success with empty treasure. The governor is doing everything. We also looking at a time where our IGR will be totally technology driven, so that we'll get every money that we need to work. Anambra, we are blessed. There is money in this state. I remember growing up, my mother, a classroom teacher, the old Anambra State. The then governor of Anambra State, June was owing the goal of Anambra State. He had to come to Onitsha, local government area, to borrow money to pay all the teachers in Anambra State. And the money was from that main market in Onitsha. Yes. And out of 9 months, he struck a deal he was going to pay the 9 months, ended up paying 4 months. But it was on a week before Christmas. So that was one of the best Christmas we ever had. You know, parents had to dash in, buy rice, all this. So we have money. We need to build a robust technology-driven system to get all of them, which is near to what, not even totally what Lagos has, but near to what Lagos has, so that we can get it. So I thank you for the way you've shown interest. But I also want to tell you that if we don't have a tech-driven government, we won't be where we are today. For some of you that were there when we were campaigning, this is one of the promises that the governor has kept. So he will keep everybody busy. Technology, you're not going to. It's a major pillar. Okay. And we hit on human capital development. Yeah, thank God, Chairman can say. is an area both of us are moving us. Your heads are the goals that we have. Did you hear me? Your heads are the goal that we have. In South Africa, we have gold mines and others that are looking at our own goals that are here. People that can stay in a room and craft it up. Well, quite mischievously, I was thinking, because I was the first special advisor in the state of youth empowerment and mobilization. Anambra, and I was thinking, everybody talks Yahoo. All these many kind of things these guys do with their phones. Wonderful thing. One day I seriously told the ex-governor, so let's not kill this people. Let's turn these guys to money making vendors for us. He said, what do you mean? You mean these criminals you're going to? I said, sir, let's even find pastors that will convert these guys. Let's turn them turn their evil ways to good ways. I said, what do you mean? I said, sir, even the Bible you read, Paul, was he not so going to kill all the Christians and he was just turned over? And most of the scriptures in the Bible we read today is from him. So we can turn these good heads. The Silicon Valleys that I'm seeing, it's good heads. And I'm not encouraging the other guys. I'm only telling you to come over, as the Bible will say, come over to Macedonia and do what? Help us. There are no Christians here. Come over to Macedonia and do what? Help us. So I think that's the card. So I thank all of you. Okay? And believe me, she was here, and very, very nice people. We always want to see you around and Sheila Mariam. And then the profs, the people from the UNICEF and Mariam, yes, good places. I just hope we also quickly move. Now we have a vice chancellor, although she's acting, but she knows the importance of what we're doing very well. Yes, and when she was the commissioner for education, she had passion for what we're doing. So I hope we will leverage on that now, and then let's see how it goes. And then and then others, my friends that were here, and then the UBA. I hear you have our money somewhere. But you should have a front seat. I can sacrifice my seat if you have our money to sponsor us. Well, I thank you. Okay. Mine is on behalf of Mr. Government. Just tell you that the journey has just begun. Ours is an agenda with them, and we are quickly running. Time is running out. When I see acts, I say, yes, we are using it, we are getting them, but we are not yet there. Because there is a difference between an act and a law. And a bill and the law. So maybe this will be a topic for another. Okay, because we must, just like she said, we must know our roles strictly, and then not just loose roles. When we must also have some punitive measures that directs us right. Never is if you or rather okay. So it must be clearly defined. So when I see us in a room having stakeholders engagements to chart our course forward, I'll tell you, surely can take this to the bank that you're doing the dreams of Mr. God. Okay? Be encouraged. And no sooner than later, everybody who is not leveraging on what we are doing now will be lost. Not just left behind. No, there's a difference between left behind and being lost. Left behind is, if we look back, we can see you. But in a situation when we look back, you are vanished. That's lost. So thank you. And it will be hard at this time. Some of us that also worked in the past administration, I see it doesn't work. You know, this is a new bubble, like this, doing different things. I get happy when I see you doing other things, you know how to do next. This is the time for our to go hunting and get our people, even in the people in the financial institutions, the brains, gather all of us together. There is something that Mr. Governor recently, and this was to please get us that money. The consultants are in this show, the council members. So the people to drive this ecosystem, the people, they are in this room. We are not looking elsewhere. To clap for yourself. For the people at the back, you're not going to be part of this revolution. Eh? The lady at the back? Okay, don't worry, I won't bore you again. The tea break is coming. Eh? So please, mind, because before I came here, I told Mr. Governor that I have a function here, and they asked me to. I said, okay, please go. Showing his passion for what we are doing here. So Anambra State will quickly, just like Mr. Governor said, will quickly adopt, at no cost to the state. So I thank all of you. Okay. If not for want of time, I should have loved, because for every time I come, I hear new languages, exposure to where I am, and we will be. I know you have. Then Chinwe, your square peg in the square hole. Okay, you've shown your dexterity, your passion for this job, driving everybody, including myself. She had to change my shirt twice this morning to make sure I come. I was trying to give a reason that my other shirt was too big. Before I knew, another shirt was waiting for me. So I thank you for this passion. And we also, as colleagues, because that's how we see ourselves in the council, we will always come to support you, morally, technically, financially, I'm not sure. But we'll do our best. So thank you, and God bless all of us.
It's a gentleman of please watch it with your just but I bet breakfast, talking about like 5 minutes. Or you won't be, or you won't just do that. I believe that. Please, start each repetition, and we have people who are from one. Let's take a photograph with you. I want to start off with competition organized by Solution Innovation District in conjunction with Anambra State Investment Promotion and Protection Agency, and also not forgetting our partner, BFD Group. All right, we come on the second runner of that competition. Entry power, please. Entry power is there. Entry power, please. Entry power seeks to digitize the process of attending events and issuing tickets by providing digital infrastructure for people who want to have access to events. Entry power, please. Can you repeat your answers, please? Entry power, please. Entry power is there. Please. Start each competition.
Please. So the question on the program is happening. The question of that competition is RL clothing. RL clothing. RL clothing is spearheaded by a young lady, thank you very much, she's here. She aims to integrate technological solution into the field of fashion. You know, by going to source our customers using digitization, innovations. Please, RL clothing. Oh my God! Sorry. Money talk is the main thing now. It's not 1 million naira. It's around about like 1 million naira. Our request run out of the competition. Very well with the prize money of 2 million naira. Technology into the fashion world. Yes, remember to wear behind your check with the president and a good photograph will be taken outside. This is RL clothing. 2 million. Please, the round of applause. The winner, even if it knows, indicate like we space for the money. But the garage, please, the garage, I don't know. Oh my God. But the garage is an initiative founded by 3 visionary individuals in Anambra State. And they want 3 million. The prize money is 3 million. Transforming work dynamics in Nigeria by democratizing access to innovative workspace. Yes, they actually launched last month, and since the launch, they already recorded over 10,000 active work hours from approximately 500 unique visitors. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we'll go for our tea break. I want to sincerely apologize. In this part of the country, tea probably in the afternoon. Once he leaves, we'll move to this next building for our tea break. Please. Because once we come back, we look at the long and then we run. Please. So we'll move on to our tea break just a second. To the next for the tea break. To the next please. The next, yeah, for your tea break. Please, let's try another before you let's try space. So please, that person there, and I think that's right. Please, I think that's sorrows. If you're found with you, you're going to come back to the main hall. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Don't go to thank you, guys. Who are there? You go to the lunch. It's not lunch. But I do that you go bread and then. But all that I do, I don't know. Thank you, guys. So I went to the field there. Went to the hospital in there. And I'm out of there. Yeah, if they try I'm gonna hold on people. That's the game. Please talk very fast. You can't be good for our purpose. Maybe like come back so we can conclude. I think you're Again, please can we come back to the hall? Let's come back to the hall. Don't go shut up. Come back to the hall. So we can make sure. Please, please, everybody sit down. Please. All right, I want to sincerely once again appreciate us for being here till now. Some of us came quite early this morning and we're still here. So we want to promise you that this second phase is going to be a bit quicker than the first phase. We'll try and round up everything. So in case you're just joining us, the adoption of the Nigerian Startup Act, ecosystem stakeholders engagement and validation session. We had the first session in the morning, went for tea break, and I'm happy to feel like a fresh kind of energy. So now we can wrap it up. In the first session, we had some our contributions on what we expected to see in this NFA. And we also listened to key government officials who are there, and some of our partners, and we finally get our view. So now, we will now look at the long term. Let's propose acts. What is the link? This is the point where we need all of us at a last, listening to every word makes sense. Anywhere you are there, I'm not thinking of the programming and conversation. I judge trouble and what Nigerian Startup Act. Because I've been actually on the Startup Act in Anambra State. Ọmọ mi sọ ní kọ ọ̀nà ọmọbìnrin gbọ́ nítorí náà bọ̀ ọ̀gá náà ní ìgbà bàrà ní ìhà. Ọ̀nà jẹ́ ìlànà ìbẹ̀ tó dàbọ̀, àgbà bọ̀ ní orí ní. Wọ́n ní ìwé àkọ́kọ́ náà yọ̀bù